Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security. Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Yeah, hello, good morning. Thank you very much for coming today for the second day of the Volla Community Days. So I'm very happy for the audience and the people that came to Remscheid. Thank you very much. And I also welcome the people that are joining us online. So I think yesterday it was an exciting day. We have learned something about Volla and the news about the Volla Phone 22. And we have heard some partners talking about their projects and that are make use of the Volla Phone and the Volla OS or Ubuntu Touch that we provide as a pre-installed operation system on our devices. And today we will have another exciting day. I will use the time to make some demos also for the just the consumers that would like to see how the Volla OS and Ubuntu Touch would look like on the Volla Phone. And we will hear a tutorial from Mr. Panio, one of our developers, who is working in particular on the multi-boot feature. We have also on-site Mr. Ukrenkov. He is ready for some questions, in particular from the developer community, to help them or to answer questions how to port another operation system to the Volla Phone model devices, in particular for the Volla Phone 22, the new device that will be shipped in July, as we promised. Yes, and at the afternoon, I'm very curious whether some community developers had an idea and joined our hackathon. It's not too late to join and to present your proof of concept or your idea, and you can win a Volla Phone 22 or a Volla Phone X. It's your choice. Ja, herzlichen Dank für alle, die auch am zweiten Tag dabei sind. Nochmal in deutscher Sprache. Ja, gestern war es recht spannend. Ich habe einiges vorgestellt über die Volla-Geschichte, die jüngste Geschichte, die wir uns entwickelt haben, und über die Funktion des Volla Phone 22. Ich wollte eigentlich gestern schon, aber es war so spannend, so viele Inhalte ein bisschen vorführen, wie so das erste Einrichten von Volla OS oder Ubuntu Touch auf dem Volla Phone aussieht und ein paar Alltagstipps, die ich Ihnen mitgeben kann. Das werde ich heute nachholen und ich freue mich auch auf viele Fragen. Wir werden dann interessante Beiträge haben, einmal von unserem Entwickler Herrn Panio, der auch maßgeblich entwickelt hat an der Multiboot-Feature zusammen mit dem Community-Entwickler Nick. Und dann ist auch Herr Ukrenkov hier vor Ort bei Remscheid und kann Fragen beantworten, insbesondere von Entwicklern, die Interesse haben, ein anderes Betriebssystem zu portieren oder einfach auf unsere Hardware oder einfach auch nur ein eigenes Projekt mitbringen will, unsere Software verbessern möchte. Ja, und heute Nachmittag hoffe ich, gibt es einige, die die Gelegenheit wahrgenommen haben, an unserem Hackathon beizutragen. Eine der Herausforderungen, die ich gestern formuliert habe, aufgegriffen haben, nämlich die Fähigkeiten des Sprungbretts zu erweitern oder aber auch, vielleicht sehen wir eine VPN-App unter Ubuntu Touch, die das WireGuard-Protokoll ganz speziell von HideMe aufgreift. Erlaubt sind auch einige eigene Projekte, die Sie vorstellen können. Okay, let's start then with demonstrations. First of all, I would like to thank also all the community developers that are contributing to that project. And the motto of this is that you of this conference is that you join or participate in that story of freedom. And you can do it as a user, as a contributor to our crowdfunding. You can do it as a user who helps us to translate our software in several languages. You may have realized that the Volla launcher has not as much languages supported as Android do. So we need some help. We also would need help if you can review the existing translations. Many translations are automatically translated. I think the Finnish translation, for instance, could be improved. I have no idea what that words means, so you can help. And if you like, you can add additional languages in Europe, maybe for Denmark, for Norwegian. We have Swedish. And we have many European languages, but outside of Europe, you're welcome to contribute. And also you can contribute to improve the Volla launcher, the Volla OS, or Ubuntu Touch, and our port. Okay, and there's one developer I would like to highlight is Adam Pick. And Adam Pick has also in the past has contributed to the Volla project in general by doing the hardware adoption of Sailfish OS for the Volla Phone and the Volla Phone X. I thank you very much. He is maybe online. He couldn't join to present his Sailfish port for the Volla Phone 22 in person. So, but he sent us the Volla team his the image, so the software. And here's the Volla Phone, 22 that with a white backing. By the way, again, the device for the serial production will have a white fingerprint with a silver border, so it looks very nice. And if I turn around, some people will realize it's Sailfish. So we have Sailfish on Volla Phone 22. Thank you very much, Mr. Adam Pick. There's something to do, still some things to do. So what do we have here? Yeah, so this is if you swipe, you know that Sailfish OS has a different approach of the user interface. It's awesome. It's minimalistic. It's gesture centered, focused. So you can swipe up and you can see the apps. Unfortunately, there's no software yet on the device to share the screen by VNC. This is, but this is potentially possible. Here, if you swipe to the right, to the left, you have the notifications, or here it's just a notification that you can set up the weather report. So you can select a city where you are located, or it can also be, I think, automatically identified where you are if you have switched on the location service. Let me start some apps here. Hopefully it works right now. What can we do? Some simple things here. So now the apps are working. So this is a grid of apps that it's usually used. This is the approach of Sailfish, where you have a grid of minimalized apps that are currently open. So you have a very nice overview what apps are open, and you can easily switch between the apps. And this is a very specific feature of Sailfish OS, that in that minimalized view, you have also sometimes of many apps, you have Also some information. So the last message, for instance, or if you have the weather app, you have the weather report, a kind of summary. So I can open here and you can easily switch around. These are the system settings, for instance. Very nice. And I think we are close to announce that Sailfish OS will also be available for the multi-boot feature. I think the Sailfish OS community will be excited to have Sailfish on that excellent device. So this is a very good news, I think. And by that, I would like to also introduce another new product designed by Mr. Kehl. Many people know him from social media. And here is the new Volla stand. So we will offer the Volla stand also for the Volla Phone 22 soon in our shop. And it's very nice, very slim, lean, minimalistic, and compliant or similar to the exchangeable battery. We have here an exchangeable plug for the USB-C, and it's again the same principle. You can just attach the device on the table, and by that you can easily charge the device, and it looks pretty nice, I think. And I put it here on the table and here you can see how it really stands. It doesn't move because we have rubbers on the bottom. So it's very improved design and for the Volla Phone 22. So have a look at our shop. Soon we will have that accessory for the Volla Phone 22. For the Volla Phone, we have still also this stand available. So if you have a Volla Phone, you can buy this for your desk, so you can easily charge your device. Yeah, I heard that if you already have a stand, the Volla Phone 22 also fits in that slot of the laptop stand for the phone stand that we offer in our shop. Okay, that's perfect. And we also prepare wireless charging pads made in wood. So this is also what we are currently preparing. They look very, very nice. We have chosen a light wood that perfectly matches the light version of the Volla Phone 22, and also a dark wood that is elegant and matches the device with a dark device. So, and now here it is. We have the Volla Phone 22, and let's start it, and let's see what happened here. So the system boots. I will connect this device soon to my laptop. So what you see now is the multi-boot feature, and we have also a countdown. So for the selection that you have made before, so it's more convenient. But you have seen you have a menu, and maybe some of you have seen in the menu we had already 3 operating systems. The first one, the primary one, is Volla OS, and now the Ubuntu Touch is starting, and there was also an option already for Sailfish OS. Für die deutschen Zuhörer noch einmal, was Sie gerade gesehen haben, war ein Menü. Das ist aber auch nur dann sichtbar, wenn also mehrere Betriebssysteme verfügbar sind. Ansonsten wird eben dieser Schritt übersprungen. Hier gerade wurde Ubuntu Touch ausgewählt. Viele erkennen das hier an diesem Boot-Screen. mit der bekannten Farbe von Ubuntu Touch. Und das Multiboot-Funktion-Menü, das merkt sich auch, welche Wahl Sie vorher getroffen hatten, sodass Sie auch einfach nur die paar Sekunden abwarten können, sodass es dann startet oder aber auch die Auswahl verändern können. Ich komme dann später nochmal. Das ist Ubuntu Touch auf dem Volla Phone. So, ich öffne mal hier ein bisschen was und das geht eigentlich recht schnell. Und man merkt eigentlich auch kaum, dass es hier auf einer Micro-SD-Karte installiert worden ist. Viele der Unterstützer unseres Crowdfundings haben auch eine Micro-SD-Karte bereits bei uns bestellt. Wir empfehlen natürlich, das Schnellste zu kaufen, was zu haben ist. So what you see is that Ubuntu Touch has started, and it's quite fast. And you don't realize that this operation system was installed on a micro SD card. For sure, you should buy or use the fastest micro SD card that you can get. So that improves your user experience. Some people have already ordered a micro SD card because we offer this as an add-on in our crowdfundings. We have offered it in Kickstarter, and also if you now would like to back our project at Indiegogo, it's an in-demand crowdfunding that is ongoing. You can select as an add-on, after you have selected your RevArt, you can select also a micro SD card with half a terabyte. Half terabyte should be enough to install further operating systems, yes, in plural, and also to partition this micro SD card to use storage. So for as an external storage for all that operating systems you have installed. So you can store your videos, photos, or documents that you may want to use on different operating systems. Auf Deutsch noch einmal, also eine Micro-SD-Karte bietet dann genug Platz, um auch dann auch die Karte aufzuteilen, den Speicher partitionieren, nämlich dann einmal für ein zweites oder drittes Betriebssystem und dann auch nochmal einen externen Speicher, wo Sie dann Fotos ablegen können oder so etwas. Bestätigt ist ein halber Terabyte an externen Speicher. Wir müssten mal gucken, ob da auch noch mal testen, ob da auch mehr möglich ist. Aber auf einem halben Terabyte ist, glaube ich, schon eine ganze Menge. Jetzt schalte ich noch mal mein Gerät aus und zeige dann noch mal, wie ich ins Volla OS starte. So, dann starten wir noch mal. Boot animation. And now I select another system. You can use the volume buttons up and down to step through that menu. We also have an improved recovery mode with some additional menu entries, so it's easier for you to maintain the device or do some development with it. So the boot animation starts. So and soon you will see Volla OS here. Here it is, and I have to type in the pin of the SIM. Okay, and this is the Volla OS on the Volla Phone 22. Very nice. So that black background. I like this minimalistic design. You almost can't see the borders of the screen. You just see the minimalistic black surface with springboard and the red button on it. Ja. So, nun nochmal einmal habe ich Volla OS gestartet und ich werde das jetzt mal versuchen mit zu verbinden und dafür werde ich nicht nur anschließen, sondern auch mal eben meine Brille wechseln. So. Ja, das ist dasselbe. Ja. So. So that's it. Sometimes maybe I can lay the microphone somewhere here so you can hear me nevertheless, because I need to touch the device. So what you see is the Volla Phone. By the way, the background, it's Finland, and this photo was made by a Volla Phone. So. Okay, this is how the Volla OS looks like after you have went through the setup wizard. I think we also will work in the future to add some more, how do you say, steps in the wizard to improve the usability and the user experience for setting up the device. I don't went through the setup here because it's quite self-explaining. You select the language, your wireless network, and things like that, and the time. And so if you start first, you have the springboard, and you have that already working. Shortcuts. Hopefully I'm now connected. I select to Nachrichten, to news, and we have some pre-installed news feeds. You can remove them, you can hide them. It's just to give you an idea after you have started the device a first time what this feature means, and you can add your own news feeds or the news feeds that you are interested in and that are some news sources are providing. Many news sources are providing RSS feeds, some Atom feeds, and mainly you see that in the footer of a page. And sometimes it also you search something like F8Z, RSS, and then you get the link to the search result for the RSS feed of the most famous German newspapers. And it works like that. So the news feed is grouped by sources. You can see that by the logo. You have a red dot if you have if there are some new news available you haven't read, and you can tap on it, and then you have a readability version of that news with very nice contrast. I love it because I'm also visually impaired, but I think it's also very convenient for the rest of us because it's cleaned up from news, from advertising and so on. So, and if you tap here on the button of the source, you get the whole feed of the recent news. And that from that British newspaper in that example. Okay, some if for men in usually if you buy an Android phone, stock Android phone, you have that app on the start screen. So here it's a little bit different. We have that springboard. You can start typing. Let's say hello world. And it says you can search the web for that keywords, or you can create a note. This is something. It depends what you are entering. I come back to that feature. If you swipe to the left, you find the apps, and here you find something new that is obvious compared to the recent public version. This is already the beta version of the new Volla OS 11 with Volla Launcher 2. And you see that we have grouped the apps. It uses statistics. So you have here the most recent news on the top. I like this very much because it follows the whole idea of minimalism, not to be overwhelmed by so many apps that you sometimes use, but not every day. And if you swipe again to the left, you have the user settings. Some people maybe don't know if you have some problems with the integrated contacts. You can reset the contacts that are shown up in the launcher. You can also reset some other settings if you like to have a clean app again, because you played around and you don't want to like in the end what you have, and you can easily reset the device by that feature. Here we have some settings for the design of the app or the user interface. I prefer personally the full screen mode, so that the navigation disappears. It's even more minimalistic. So it's I like it very much. So for the screen sharing, what you now see, you don't see really the impact, but I think it really makes a difference if you have the device in your hands. So and for the menus, you can also use categories. That makes sense if you have some more apps. Now you have, if you see some more categories here where the apps are grouped. And currently we are using the categories that the vendor or the developer of an app has used to categorize its app. That are categories that are predefined by Android. But we already got the idea of the beta testers that maybe the users should be able to define own categories. I think this is a never-ending story of improvement, a never-ending evolution of new settings, of new features, and you can also use colored icons. This is, by the way, also one feature that was requested by the community. Our designer likes black and white icons, but if you prefer colored icons, you can do it here right in the settings. You can also switch the search engine that is used. For instance, I can use a start page. You can also use MetaGear. So for the search stuff that for the search requests from the springboard. This is for the first source that we, in addition, have integrated. We are currently working to integrate signal in a more deeper way, as announced yesterday, so that signal messages are also part in the conversation. So you have everything in at one place, your short messages, MMS, and also your signal messages if you activate it here. And this is also an outlook for that. We would like to extend that list of further sources we would like to integrate. Sometimes it's quite difficult. We discussed a lot internally in our development team how should we integrate Signal in the app to protect to keep the privacy and security of that app and to provide the convenience to the user. We implemented an approach that we dropped last week. so you see, we are very agile because one a developer came up from the corner and say, "Here, I have a better approach." So that's a development live. So that feature, that deep integration, may come a couple of weeks later. But if you have your Volla phone in your hand, it will have that feature, and I already can show you on another device with a prepared Signal app that you can send Signal messages, and you can open the Signal thread or contact within the contact collection of the launcher. Here you have the shortcuts. Shortcuts can be easily added. You have and you can hide and add or remove your custom shortcuts here. Some people don't know. You have two options. You can use the plus symbol. Here the color is not correct yet. You have a menu of the installed apps, but that might be a little bit too much. So the list is too long for that selection, and it doesn't provide, so it's maybe not so convenient, but so we offer another option. So if you do a long press on, it's not working here right now. So in that beta version, I have to look. So if you long press on one app icon here, you can add this app to your shortcuts. Or you can remove it. So that's very convenient way. And you can't not only do this for apps, you can also do this for so-called, Android call it pin shortcut. I would prefer to call it bookmarks. So you can share any website in the browser with the Volla launcher, and then this website is shown up with the favicon of the website as in that app grid. So, and if it's on the app grid, you can put it into the shortcuts. So if you use frequently any web page, you can have it by your hands with the shortcut menu. So, was ich gerade erkläre, ist, dass so diese Einstellungen. Wir hatten jetzt eben die Suchmaschinen, die Sie einstellen, verschiedene Einstellungen zur Darstellung, und hier auch, das ist sicherlich interessant, wie Sie die Kurzbefehle verändern können. Die können Sie einmal verändern, indem Sie so eine lange berühren, eine App hier in der App-Übersicht, sodass sich ein Kontextmenü öffnet, also so eine kleine überlagertes Menü. Da können Sie eine App hinzufügen oder auch ein Lesezeichen, so würde ich das nennen. Android nennt das Pin Shortcuts. Das sind nämlich Webseiten, die Sie über den Browser mit der Volla App teilen. Das kann ich auch gleich mal zeigen, sodass es dann sozusagen wie eine App erscheint. Und dann können Sie diese App auch auf das Shortcut-Menü legen. Die Sache ist natürlich die, ich zeige jetzt verschiedene Optionen. Wenn Sie das Gerät einfach über den Assistenten eingerichtet haben, Sie können, ich habe jetzt auch noch gar nichts zusätzlich eingestellt, es ist betriebsfertig. Ja? Also Sie müssen da jetzt nicht groß irgendwas machen. Sie sind mit einer SIM angemeldet und dann öffnen Sie zum Beispiel die App fürs Telefonieren oder Sie zeigen zum Beispiel hier über die Kurzbefehle einfach zeige Telefon und dann geht es ganz einfach weiter. Also Sie können das Volla Phone ganz, ganz einfach nutzen. Das ist auch die Botschaft an viele Anwender, die wirklich auch was Einfaches haben wollen. Und Sie können das auch viel mehr machen. Aber das überlassen wir Ihnen. Also wenn Sie das SIM-Karte rein, Einrichtungsassistent durchlaufen, dann ist das Gerät betriebsbereit. Da müssen Sie nicht viel machen. Sie können eben hier das so öffnen. Was viele dann fragen, da komme ich dann auch gleich zu, ist, wie richte ich meine Adressen ein oder meine Kontakte oder sowas. Da komme ich hier gleich auch nochmal zu. Aber im Prinzip, Sie schalten das Gerät ein, also SIM-Karte rein, Gerät einschalten, Einrichtungsassistent, da legen Sie einfach Zeit und Uhrzeit und sowas, Uhrzeit und sowas feste und Ihre Sprache und so etwas und dann sind Sie dann eigentlich auch fertig. So, und können das Gerät benutzen. Sie können auch dann hier von dem Kurzbefehl, haben Sie alles Wichtige hier bei dem Kurzmenü hier dabei. Sie können hier auch die Kamera öffnen, hier zum Beispiel, um Fotos zu machen. Also es ist eigentlich sofort betriebsbereit und die wichtigsten Funktionen sind mit einer Geste verfügbar. So, und jetzt nochmal weiter. So, you have also the news channels. You can hide or delete if you add your preferred things. And then we have the yeah, the mode, so the theme that you can change. So the dark mode, the light mode. So I prefer the light mode at daytime. So you have also very minimalistic design, black on white. I use it at daytime. So if it's very light outside, so you have that very comfortable readability. And if you are in the evening or in inside of rooms, I prefer the dark mode. And then there's also another mode. This is the transparent mode, translucent mode that shows the background image you can define. We also have a new background image. So new release, new background image. And so that symbolizes this is that special flower that you can see in the spring, also here in Germany, and I think also all over the world. And yeah, here you see it, and the preset of the blur effect is now also a little bit different, but you can also define the blur effect, so the glass effect on your own with that slider. So you can let less or more. It depends on your choice. So yeah, that's it. And also what's new is you can also control classically the dark and light mode from the quick settings. Quick settings are available if you swipe from the top. Many people know it, but for some people, I think it's useful to know that. You see also some notifications here, and here you have the quick settings. If you swipe down further, you can configure what quick settings can be shown. You can move them around, or with a pencil, you can define what quick settings should be available with one simple swipe. And yeah, this is something about the settings. Here you can also easily switch on and off Wi-Fi or location service and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so let me, if you get the device the first time, you may want to add your contacts. So many people are familiar with Android, so they have no problems how they should do it. Some tips here. I will now also swipe to the settings, and so you can also disable grouping. If you don't like it. So let's use the contact app. So in the Contact app, you can enter your contacts. So this is a form to add a contact, and if you swipe down, you have the source where the contact is stored, and per default, as you can see, phone is selected. You can also select another thing, that the contact is only visible in the Contact app, but then it's the feature of selecting contacts and showing contacts in the launcher wouldn't be available. This is sometimes important to know, because some people import their contacts into the wrong storage, and then they ask, why don't I see the contacts in the launcher? That could be a reason then. So, and here we have a 3-dot menu. This is and you can use it to also tap on import, and then the dialog is shown to select a file. So if you use your PC or your Mac, you can easily export your address book in a special file format, .vcf. With a Mac, I use it, as you can see. It's just dragging and dropping your address book on your desktop, and then you can share it with your Volla Phone. That's quite easy. And on the Volla Phone, you can import the address book. That's it. So also Outlook supports it. This is a very common format. We also support for some others that have a server. We offer a way to import or synchronize the address book and also the calendar or their to-dos. This is a setup wizard of the app that we called Sync on the app grid, and it starts with a wizard. And let me show you, because this is what many people will do when they first get their Volla Phone. So this is the Sync app, and I add a server. Let's have a look. This is a demo server, so you are free. Sometimes you just need to take care that you have no typos. Already made typos. So, and then you can give it a name. I call it Baikal because we are using Baikal, or it's now used Sabre. It's an open source calendar and contact server. I can recommend. And then you need to check the address books and the calendars. You may have more than one, and start an initial synchronization process. You have also further settings in the upper right corner where you can select some rules for synchronization. So, was ich jetzt hier gerade gemacht habe, ist, wie Sie Adressen eingeben können, wenn Sie das zum ersten Mal Ihr Volla Phone haben. Nämlich einmal, Sie können sie einfach eingeben in die Kontakt-App. Das ist vielleicht das Einfachste. Wer so gar nicht technisch da Bescheid weiß oder Erfahrung hat. Es ist aber auch sehr einfach, ein Adressbuch zu exportieren von Ihrem Mac oder von Ihrem Outlook auf dem PC und dann sie hier zu importieren. Das habe ich eben kurz gezeigt. Und hier ist nun ein Beispiel, Apps zu synchronisieren. So, und das habe ich jetzt noch gemacht. Schauen wir mal. Dann habe ich auch hier die synchronisierten fiktiven Personen und mit Creative Commons Fotos. So, und dann gehe ich hier mal auf diese Linda Sommer. Da habe ich ein paar Informationen. Da haben wir diese Sternchen. Die lege ich jetzt mal als Favorit an und auch den Herrn Wegehoff. Und jetzt kann ich zum Beispiel in den Volla Launcher wieder gehen und gehe auf Kontakte. Nein, hat er noch nicht gemacht. Dann sind die Kontakte auch sichtbar in dieser Sammlung. Also nochmal laden. Schauen wir mal, ob es ist. Ja, da haben wir es. Da haben wir eben die beiden Kontakte, die sozusagen Favoriten sind, und es erscheinen dann auch, da gab es auch viel Verwirrung. There was also a lot of confusion. What is shown in that contact collection? They're not shown all contacts. They're only shown the contacts that you have marked as favorites and you have been in contact with for the last days, I think 7 days or something. So you could receive, maybe you have exchanged some messages or phone calls, and then the contact appears here. And also you see the recent message that you haven't read here with a red dot in that list. Okay, so that's the contact, and if you are in a calendar, it's automatically also synchronized, but you need to configure the calendar app. Für die Kalender müssen Sie dann erst noch mal in die Einstellung der Kalender-App gehen, auch über das 3-Punkte-Menü. So ist das meistens bei Android. Für viele trage ich Eulen nach Athen, das zu erzählen. Für manche ist das sicherlich sehr hilfreich, das nochmal so zu sehen. Und dann tippen Sie auf den Kalender, den Sie synchronisieren wollen, gehen wieder zurück und sagen dann mal Kalender aktualisieren. Da sehen Sie unten schon an dem orangen Streifen, das ist ein Kalender, und das sind jetzt ein Testkalender mit regelmäßigen Terminen an einem Montag, und verschiedene Kalender würden dann auch in verschiedener Farbe erscheinen. So, das sind so diese wichtigsten Dinge. Let me show you something else. So if you open the browser the first time, you can select something, you connect to your Firefox account, or you can select the level of privacy. And I select also the security profile. I select a strong profile, and I choose usually the hidden mode, but this is just for convenience that cookies are not stored. If I close, and history is not stored, if I close the device, you can also do it manually in a menu here in the browser. And I would like to show to you one tip for your daily use. We have chosen Fennec. It's maybe not the fastest browser, but it's a browser that allows that add-ons. So, and this is not shown the screen. Let me. Yeah, now it's shown. This is also additional privacy protection. You can't share the screen in the privacy mode. Makes sense. And you have some nice things like uBlock for local tracking blocking. And I show it to you. It's quite easy to install. I click the plus button, and I say, yes, I would like to use this in the privacy mode. Some plugins you may don't want to use in the privacy mode. And here we are. We have installed that plugin. This is quite useful. That was the reason why we have chosen Fennec. So for that kind additional features. Yeah, maybe I show you also another feature. Let me have a look, something like Volla online. I'm not sure whether it now works with a better version. It works of the Volla launcher. It works with the release that we have out for the Volla phones. So you see something like zum Startbildschirm hinzufügen. That means add to the start up screen. In our case, it's our launcher, our springboard. I say it, put it, and here you can modify the name. If it's a long name, then you should modify it because you have only a few space in the app grid. And I say put it here, add it, and then it's added to the app grid. Not yet here in the beta version, but that is a way how you can add pinned shortcuts. You also can do something else. Let me check for that. I would like to show you. This is if you search for F8Z RSS. And this is a page about the RSS feed of a German newspaper. They explain how it works. And I think they have some examples here. Let me show. No, I think it's another page. Yeah, here we are. I don't see it here right now. You can share. Oh, here we have examples. Here we are. So we have that link. Now we are. Ist raus? So let's share the screen again, and then you see that you will share the link, and then it shows up the Volla launcher here in that selection, and then you tap on Volla launcher, and then you see that you subscribe the feed. Let's see how it did work right here in the beta version. No, not here in that case. So, but this is a way how you add new feeds. You can also type in the feed name or the feed address in the springboard. And now the springboard has changed. So I type add. Now the addresses are starting. I say I can start typing. The addresses are then filtered, and I can, for instance, call that person, and if I start typing, it suggests me to send a message or so. Okay, that are very basics, and to give you some tips. Then we have another one. This is the Hide Me app. You can activate it quite easily. So I show it also to you. So that's just, here we are. And then what you just need to, after you have logged in, or you have to subscribe first, you just tap on the button to activate it. You have to confirm that you like to use that, operate this VPN, and now you are protected. And if you also do Wi-Fi tethering or USB tethering, the other devices that are using that tethering are also protected. That is also a quite nice detail here. If you first have your device, I also recommend to check for updates. Usually you are notified if in the first time, or if you would like to look whether there are new releases out, you just swipe down, you see the cycle, and then the packages are reloaded, and then you may have to install updates. This is shown by a symbol below in the toolbar on the symbol with a clock. So, wenn Sie das erste Mal das Gerät haben, macht es auch Sinn, F-Droid zu öffnen. Über F-Droid aktualisieren wir die vorinstallierten Apps. Und da müssen Sie einfach mal nach unten ziehen und dann werden die Paketinformationen, also die Informationen über Aktualisierungen neu geladen. Gerade zum ersten Mal, wenn Sie das Gerät verwenden. Da gibt es auch eine Neuigkeit und da ist sozusagen der Dateimanager und das Notizbuch ist da neu. Bildschirm ist wieder weg. Ich glaube, ich muss da was mal an meiner Bildschirmeinstellung vom Mac ändern. Ja, genau. So, here we are. So I had now and maybe it's also maybe not for all users, für die reinen Konsumenten auch nochmal. Über das Zahnradsymbol finden Sie die Einstellung und da gibt es so einiges, was da zu finden ist. Ein bisschen versteckt unter System und dann unter Erweitert. Dann scrollen Sie runter, da ist die Updater-App. Da finden Sie Hinweise, ob es Systemaktualisierungen gibt. Das ist das Volla OS 11.1 hier auf diesem Gerät. Wichtig ist immer zu gucken nach dem Datum, also nach der Versionsname und dem Datum. Hier ist das ein Datum von einer App, die es noch nicht gibt. Also das ist erstmal intern, eine Beta-Version. Und das wird also gerade getestet. Sie können sich auch, gerade was den Launcher angeht, auch als Beta-Tester melden. Wir haben dafür auch eine Telegram-Gruppe. Vielen Dank auch von dieser Stelle an alle, die online kräftig testen, die sozusagen die Bürde auf sich nehmen, dass manches am Anfang dann eben nicht funktioniert. So, und Sie finden dann auch noch, das ist vielleicht interessant, hier den Dual Multi-Boot Manager. Ganz interessant. Den öffnen Sie jetzt. Das ist auch noch mal in der Beta-Version. Und dann kriegt man hier so ein Setup. Und da funktioniert im Moment das alles noch gerade nicht so richtig. Aber an dieser Stelle werden Sie sozusagen die Liste der möglichen Betriebssysteme sehen, die Sie installieren können. Hier gibt es gerade einen Fehler und die App bricht ab. Aber so ist das nun mal in der Softwareentwicklung. Hier unter dieser Stelle finden Sie den Android Boot Manager. Herzlichen Dank an alle, die daran gearbeitet haben. Interessant vielleicht noch, was auch so ein bisschen versteckt ist, das ist, jetzt schauen wir mal, das Thema Sicherung. Da können Sie, das gehe ich jetzt nicht alles durch, das ist nämlich ein bisschen kompliziert. Sie müssen, wenn Sie das aktivieren, müssen Sie sich dann bestimmte Dinge merken. Ach so, ich habe es hier schon mal eingeführt, testweise. Sie können sozusagen ein Backup auf einer zum Beispiel in the Cloud haben, Nextcloud oder microSD card. So this is some important information you find at the management for the multi-boot feature right here in the system settings. In the system settings you find also the update app and you find also that is called that app Seed Vault. And if you start it the first time, oh no, this is for security reasons not not shown. So this is a setup process, and you can use a micro SD card for a backup of all most data that you have stored on the device. So if it's broken or you like to change the device, you can use Seed Vault to migrate your data. You can also do it in conjunction with the Nextcloud. This is, I think, some interesting details at that point. There's also another entry that is new. Let's see how it is named. It's in security. And here you see, it's in the recent translation, Sicherheitsmodus, security mode. And if you call it, now you can hide and unhide apps. And you can, for instance, you say, I don't want that people can install apps, and maybe you have something else that someone shouldn't use, and here you can select it, and here you can define black or white list for domains. So add the plus button, and let's say maybe google.com or whatever, and you can add this in black and white list. And if you go back to the launcher, you see a new entry that Sicherheitsmodus aus, security mode off, and you can just swipe and say, I put it on. Now it's a better version, the colors are not correct. You have to enter for sure a password. I just type in zeros to make it easy. And you need to add further it twice for sure, because if you forget it, then you need to, make a factory reset. We can't help. So, and now this is now the security mode is on. You see it with a lock, and now we have 2 apps less, so they are hidden. Maybe let's check to call Google. Oops, here it is. I'm not sure yet what happens. There should be a kind of page, fallback page that tells you can't connect. But I'm not sure whether I did whitelisting or blacklisting. Let's check this. No, it was blacklisting. So this is currently on progress. You will see then a fallback page that tells you that this page is protected because of the security mode. Okay, that are the main, I think, features that are interesting to know. I also would like to give you one further hint. We have a map app installed. You can install your own one. It's everything what we do that are Offerings, Angebote, Vorschläge. Wir wollen niemanden sozusagen bevormunden. Sie können Ihre eigene Map-App nutzen, Sie können Ihren eigenen Messenger nutzen, Sie können auch Ihren eigenen Launcher nutzen. Das sind alles Vorschläge, wo wir glauben, dass das hilfreich ist. And so the Map-App, you can first select you can first select apps that you can download. You can download maps to use it offline, but you also can use online maps. So I skip it here to make it more easy. Jetzt now to save time. If you now switch to profiles, you have several profiles like car. I would like to give you one hint. You can configure that profile, and you have general settings, And you have now it's, let me see if this you have some, yeah, so you have here Sprachansagen. This is a language. And please tap on language. Choose aufgezeichnet, recorded. And here's a list missing in that version. I have to look why. Maybe I'm not connected to the web. And usually you will see here a list of languages. And you can choose here your language for navigation in your car, because there's no text-to-speech pre-installed on Volla OS, because usually stock Android devices use a Google service. So instead, to have someone, a friendly voice that advises you to the traffic, you should use that settings in that app. Yeah, I have maybe another point is that some people stumbled over. This is the MMS settings app. So if I would like to send someone an SMS, let's do it to someone else. And you have a dual SIM card, then you have to tap a long tap on this button, and then you can choose. No, here. You can choose which SIM card you want to use to send an SMS. So this is different that you may know, and also in the system settings, that is maybe a hint for people that are using several SIM cards. You can then select the SIM card that should be used for phone calls and for SIM for short messages, and you can also have a setting where you can you choose a setting where you are asked which SIM card should be used each time you want to call. You can also select an option where you are asked each time. So Sie können also, wenn Sie mehrere SIM-Karten verwenden, auch Einstellungen vornehmen, wo Sie gefragt werden, welche SIM-Karte Sie verwenden. So, jetzt sind wir jetzt doch nicht mehr zu Ubuntu Touch gekommen. Das werde ich dann später machen. Und jetzt kommt eigentlich der nächste Beitrag, aber gibt es vielleicht ein paar Fragen zum allgemeinen Verwendung von Volla OS? Wäre jetzt eine gute Gelegenheit, die zu stellen. Gibt es irgendwas von den Leuten? Das ist eine gute Frage. Also wir rollen das für alle Versionen aus. Das ist auch unser Versprechen der langen Unterstützung des Volla Phones mit Aktualisierungen. Wo wir noch überlegen, ist, wie weit wir den Multi-Boot-Manager für andere Geräte anbieten. Ich denke, dass so the question is, do we are there updates for that launcher? Also, the security mode is available for other devices. It's yes, we can do that. In particular, also the security mode, and for the multi-boot feature, maybe Mr. Panio can help me. I think the next device that would be realistic for the multi-boot feature would be the Volla Phone X. And in theory, it would be possible also for the Volla Phone, but the challenge then is to provide the second operating system. I think it would be quite easy to provide Ubuntu Touch as a second operating system for the Volla Phone X, but it might be challenging for the Volla Phone. That's the state, right? Yeah. So that's the reason, because if we use a second operating system for the Volla Phone, we would need to update our Ubuntu Touch port. So you may know that each mobile operating system has to be adapted to a specific hardware. That's, by the way, the the most effort that we have to bring to bring the product online, to ship the product, and we would need to update that hardware adaptation of Ubuntu Touch for the Volla Phone to provide it as a second operating system, because it's based on Halium 9, and for the Ubuntu Touch version for Volla Phone X is also already based on Halium 10. And I think for Volla Phone 22, we have a Ubuntu Touch on Halium 11, right? Yes, so we have Halium 11. So let's see when Halium 12 came from the corner. Yeah, that's a story. Another question? Noch nicht. So the question, ja, noch nicht haben wir es Trema, aber das ist eben das Schöne, dass wir hier in den Community Days zusammen sprechen und wir nehmen dann sowas auch als Wunsch auf. Wir schauen mal, was da mit Trema möglich ist, das einzubinden. Denn Trema oder Trema, ich weiß gar nicht, wie es die Schweizer sagen, die haben natürlich auch ihre App als Safe entwickelt und dann schauen wir uns mal an, was die an Schnittstellen zur Verfügung stellen. Theoretisch würde zum Beispiel sehr einfach Telegram integriert werden können. Und da hören wir auf unsere Anwender. Also noch nicht, aber vielen Dank für den Hinweis und dann nehmen wir das mal in unsere Liste auf. Das war es dann erstmal. Und ja, also wir haben jetzt später noch, werde ich noch mal gucken, dass wir uns einen Blick auf Ubuntu Touch werfen, denn da ist auch einiges zu bedenken, wenn man das zum ersten Mal dann in den Händen hält. Yeah, so thank you very much for that. We are some 10 minutes over time. So let's go to the next part. And I welcome, thanks for Mr. Panio traveling a long journey to Remscheid. Thank you very much. And he will now present a tutorial how other developer community can contribute to provide another alternative operating system for the dual boot feature. Yeah, so maybe you can come here and start the presentation.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Wer ein Glas Wasser zwischendurch haben will oder so, Cola.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Okay.
Ja, ja, klar. Nee, das ist
So, hello. Today I'll show you how you can port your OS for dual boot. Actually, our dual boot solution consists of few parts, which are bootloader. It handles your kernel and RAM disk. It will boot it based on configs you created. We have an app for Android, which is used for user convenience to configure dual boot and add new operation system. And we have app backend, which is written in SH and have some pre-built binaries, which are useful for installing second operation systems. To support in US official Naver dual boot solution, you will need to firstly port it, make sure that it is open source, so we'll be able to build it. And you must be sure that you can actually boot the second operation system, so your RAM disk supports that. And you will need to write a script. We'll add to app ourselves. So to do that, firstly you need to make sure your OS will work with dual boot, and for that you need to set up a dual boot. You can do that just on Volla OS device. You need to have some SD card. You need to format it like this as a portable storage. You need to set up dual boot on it. So you can go to settings, system, advanced, Android boot manager. Click on setup. It will show you a fatal error that your SD card is in bare formatted. You can just convert it. You will have most likely one partition created by Android, which is portable storage and used only for storing your personal files. You need to delete it. Okay. You will have some free space after that. And it will ask you to create a metadata partition, which will be used later by bootloader to load kernels and configs from it. Next steps will depend on your operation system. Which partitions do you need? For some operation system, it is enough to have just one partition where both OS and user data will be stored. For some operation systems, you want to use separated partitions, like on Ubuntu Touch. We'll go ahead and create one OS system data. You can choose how big it will be, add some label if you want, and create it. Next, you will need your boot image. If you are using Halium boot, it is pretty straightforward. You can just push your image to your device. I actually probably even have it there. You can just go to ROMs, tap the download sign, and choose other operation system boot image. That will automatically extract your boot image and place it to your metadata partition and create simple config. So you will be able to boot that image. You need to go ahead and select it. Here we have probably a sailfish OS boot image. You need to type some ROM folder name. If you are not sure how you can use that, just leave it as default and click next. You need to enter a ROM name, which will be later displayed in dual boot menu. You're pretty free to type anything, but keep in mind that it must be, you cannot use Cyrillic symbols, and you need to keep it under some normal size or it will overflow and go somewhere out of the screen. We will use just demo ROM. And it will just automatically extract your boot image. Actually, this other OS script cannot do anything except installing boot image for you, but it is good for making sure you can dual boot your OS. Next, you can actually push some image of your actual OS. Here, you can use either some image file, or you can use just tar or hive with rootfs. Later, in your script, you will handle it in proper way. In this case, I will push sailfish OS. It have just user data img. Yeah, to SD card. So in this case, we will manually write it to SD card partition, but later you will do that in your script. You will need to write script, which will look like, for example, I'll show you one from Ubuntu Touch. For sure, they will be published after the device will be released. So you'll be able to just do a pull request when you will be ready with your script. Manage your scripts. So we will check Ubuntu Touch one. You can actually base your script on it if you are using Halium boot, so for Linux-based operation systems. This one, your script must contain for sure this TMP directories and toolkits. A toolkit is actually a set of precompiled binaries which will be useful for setting up dual boot. That is unpack boot img, for example. So you'll be able to unpack boot image and keep everything simple and have just one archive for dual boot usage and standard usage. Here you can see that simple script. And another option to base on will be actually that other operation system script which we use to just extract boot image. For Halium boot to boot from another partition, you can just use system part and data part CMD lines parameters, and it is recommended to support such parameter if you use some other RAM disk. It makes installation simpler. But in case you can't do that for some reasons, you can just write some script which will modify your RAM disk and repack it back. For example, that must be done on self-shares if you use Hybris boot. So we pushed image. Probably for setting up dual boot, you must root your device. For setting up, you can use actually unrooted device, but if you want to install something yourself, it will be easier with root. Okay, I don't have it. Then I will. Then you can use another way. You can disconnect your phone and actually just write SD card. Okay, here we go. So about a config files for on metadata, configs looks like this. It is pretty simple. Title corresponds to title of that ROM in dual boot menu. Linux is passed to Linux kernel on your partition, on metadata partition. Initor D is just passed to RAM disk. It must be in CPIO or CPIO GZ. Yeah, actually, kernel is in GZ too. You do not need to extract it manually. It will be done by bootloader to save some space. DTB is actually just a device tree. You can simply get it from boot image. In this case, it is copied here. Options are here just as a CMD line. So if you are using Halloum boot, you can add, for example, data part or system part. And logo is used to give a path to your logo, which will be used in bootloader. We already have some collections of those logos for operation systems. We have one for Volla OS, Ubuntu Touch, Sailfish, Manjaro, and Druidian. In other case, you may want to provide your logo as well. You need to convert it for LVGL, but we can do it ourselves. It is nice if you can write in script something like this, so clearly show what parameters you accept from app. In our case, it's ROM folder name, ROM name in menu, and boot path. You would probably like to have path to your system IMG or whatever you use. But in future, we probably will support downloading them from our server. So those passes, user won't be asked to select any files. They will be just automatically downloaded and provided to your script. On Ubuntu Touch script, I believe we, for Ubuntu Touch, did support already downloading, but it is now broken because we have problems with server, as usually. So here is Ubuntu Touch script. You can probably just keep most stuff here and just change your installation process of image extracting process. I mean, it is handled. Here it is formatted. Yeah. Okay, our image is ready. We need to just edit one thing. We need to add a data part path. So let's mount it. Actually, all entry files, those metadata configs must be stored in metadata root DB folder and then in entries folder. You can name them in pretty any way. So as for Halloum based process, you can just add data part which will be equal to root dev and your partition of SD card. And one more thing about installation on SD card. Usually on Android devices, SD card may be initted after starting init script, so you need to make sure your RAM disk will wait for SD card. On Halum boot, you can do just with root wait, but probably will implement something better. Okay, let's save it. And let's actually try to boot it. So let's see if it will work. Yep, let's try to boot it. And hope self-tries will boot. So it failed. In such case, you can just telnet in and check what's wrong. Nothing was mounted. This is pretty easy to debug Halum in RAM disk, as it has telnet. You can just telnet in, and here you can usually find a root of problem. Okay, so it didn't mount it to root of S. It could not mount for some reason that partition. Did we supply it here? Yes, we did. Okay, probably we have problems with root weight. Yeah.
Yeah, so what do you think? Can you fix it?
Probably.
The run has to delay for now. I assume you have a problem with the card.
Yeah, because it tried to mount SD card at probably few seconds after boot just.
Let us give you a little bit more time because we have already another speaker in the pipeline who would like to briefly present his idea for a project that is maybe not directly related to the Volla Phone, but we are always looking for inspirations to looking for something else. So I suggest that we use his short inspiration so that you can fix it and afterwards you can show how it will boot. Ja? So, dann machen wir mal eben nutzen wir den Beitrag eines weiteren Mitglieds unserer großen Community. Denn wir haben ja 2 Telegram-Kanäle, einmal unter hello-volla und es gibt noch einen zweiten Telegram-Kanal unter, da heißt dann, das ist volla-dev, DEV. Und da sammeln sich diejenigen, die interessiert sind, als Entwickler mit dem Volla Phone zu arbeiten oder vielleicht auch zu unserer Software auf irgendeine Weise beizutragen. Zum Beispiel hier mit so einem weiteren Möglichkeit, ein weiteres Betriebssystem zu installieren. Und da kann ich haben wir jemanden schon warten.
Hello. Can you hear me? Sadly, I cannot hear anyone. So I'm not sure if this is live, if I should start. Let me try to remove the headset and see if it helps.
Yeah, presenting your idea. I think it's about searching. Hello.
Hey there. Yeah. So I just heard that you're talking about searching.
Yeah, so thanks for joining that Volla Community Days for a spontaneous contribution by explaining your idea and project. I think it's about searching, right?
Yes, it's about searching. Let me just first ask, can you hear me good? Is it better if I turn the camera?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I think it's both. It's perfect, I think.
Okay, so basically, I think that search is broken for people. We can search the web, but we cannot search for our own data, or at least I can't. Do you want me to just go and present everything, or are we talking about it when you're making questions? Because I prefer the second.
Yeah, we can. Maybe you start with your idea and you have a community project. Maybe you can tell us the address where we find your community project, and you can briefly summarize what you're doing in that project.
Okay. I was trying to also fix my speaker at the same time because it's very low to hear you, but I'll go on. When I want to search for my email from 15 months ago on a receipt that not the email, the receipt, because sometimes you get a receipt and you don't get it through email. For sending some product to warranty, or I don't know. There are a lot of things that I try to search day to day, and it's really hard to find sometimes because we just don't have the tools to it. And it feels a lot like the beginning of the internet, when we didn't have Google and other search tools for going to the internet. We just, relied on pages of links. So the last year I started this project to try and fix it at first, to try and find something that would fix it. I couldn't. I could find nothing there on the web. So I started to try to build it, and right now you can see it running. I think I sent you the link on Telegram already. And it's an beta stage. We can already search somehow centralized in one computer. And the project is to get the data from everywhere, from all my cell phones, from all my emails, online communities, everything that I might need to search images and do some, how do you call it when you see the image with AI? There's a visual something. So everything. And this should have already been done, and it's so frustrating and infuriating. So if you know anyone who do that and do it right, please let me know, because right now I'm just trying to build it because I couldn't find anything. And yeah, I think that's basically it. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, so maybe can you tell us the address of your project, so some people can follow you? Telegram
How can I
here.
tell you? It's Ashes or Ahoxus. I can send on the chat.
Yeah, that would be nice, so people can
Okay.
follow what you are talking about. Let me summarize also for the German audience what you say.
Yes.
Also es geht hier vor allem, so wenn ich das richtig verstanden habe, um ja eine Suchfunktion, die vielleicht für das Internet angeboten werden, aber nicht unsere eigenen persönlichen Informationen, die wir wahrscheinlich in verschiedenen Diensten, wie zum Beispiel E-Mail oder auch irgendwelche Fotos oder sowas, hinterlegt haben. Und da beschäftigt sich dieser Entwickler damit, eine Lösung zu finden, diese verteilten Informationen zu finden. So if I understand you properly, you are looking for a solution to search for data that is not public, but this is your own data, maybe emails, your messages from any messenger, so it's, or some photos you have stored locally and maybe also online. So it's about a kind of meta search. Is that correct?
Yes, but it's not just data that's not online. It includes data that is online. So if you publish something on Facebook and Instagram and Fediverse and everywhere, that's public. But still, you don't know where you did it, right? So it's your data, but it's anywhere. I just want to go to my phone, type, search, and find it anywhere.
Yeah, and how's a solution look like that you have developed or started to develop? Is that,
well, you can see everything there on the links that I already sent. It looks like Google. You just go on your phone, you open. Right now, you have to open a web page, and then there's a logo, there's a search box, and you type whatever you want, and you're gonna search through all your data. Well, right now it's beta, so it's not all your data, but it's quite a lot already.
How do you attach your data? How do you include your data?
They're all files. So my data, I had a lot of systems on the background to grab as much as I can into files, such as Pocket, emails are local, so are not web, so I can get the email files from the web client, from the email client, and everything else. I don't use Google actually for anything, so I got everything that I had on Google before, and they're on files.
So how do you integrate your personal data, like email or messages? Does everyone needs to install that and host your solution on his or her own, or is it a service people can subscribe and attach their sources?
Right now, it's just a do-it-yourself, self-hosted solution.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we surely want to offer it as a service as well if people are interested. But one step each time. We're just getting out of alpha release. So
so that looks very promising, and we should indeed keep in touch. I was doing research on that topic for decades, so therefore I'm very interested in that. So again, the question: how do you, if you say you collect the data or you harvest the data, how do you do that? So do you have connectors to an EMAP?
No, I did most of them. Most of them I did it manually for myself, and we don't have anything automated to do it yet. But I know how it can be done, and it's just a matter of getting the hands dirty and doing the code.
So it's a kind of content management.
So some data you scrap, some data you go through API. I did everything by manually scrapping.
Mm-hmm.
Google Photos, for instance, I still haven't finished. It's very hard to take my stuff out of there. But for photos, that's a question that might come up, because you may have terabytes of photos, right? How would you handle that on your cell phone? And you don't. The answer is I reduce the photos to a size that's acceptable for the cell phone, and I reduce them progressively. So older photos get reduced even in size to very, very small. And when it's too old and I never saw it, I just delete it. So keep the footprint small.
So
there
currently,
are a lot of things that are planned already.
Now you're interrupted. So, aber es ist ganz interessant. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I went too far from the Wi-Fi. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, you're back. Mm-hmm. Okay,
yeah,
so
I went too far from the Wi-Fi. Sorry, the Wi-Fi right there.
Yeah, currently, so it's an alpha version, and you use a bunch of manual scraping and importing data so you can search it, and you found a way.
Well, I have used it. I don't use too much manual work anymore. It only need to have been done once. You migrate, you get out of the thing that don't do it already, and start to use services that already do that for files, for offline first. So there are a lot of services already that do that. They're not the common services. It's not Facebook. It's not Google. It's Fediverse, mostly Fediverse. But just regular email using POP and IMAP. And there are a lot of things that can already be done automated. It's just hard to get data out of the big corps, as you already know.
And what's your idea for the mobile phone? So you have some server on your own, and you have a web client on your mobile phone?
For the mobile phone, right now we have the same thing that works anywhere. It's using Melee search right now, but it could be any search engine. We can change the engine very easily. And even on Android, you can use Termux for it. Krishna is working on that right now. And But the idea is to not need even that, because once you have that working in Linux, you can easily transcribe that to Java and compile it into an application for Android, and for Ubuntu Touch is even easier, right? Just
So your idea
have
is to have it LCS, not only you needn't a host system, but you would execute it locally on your device.
everything offline, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we will see your project growing, and maybe we can see your project on a Volla Phone to search local data across the sources. That could be, I think, very
I
convenient.
actually prefer if someone can take the idea and do it faster than I can.
Okay, so therefore we have a community day, and people see your project, and you are a member
Just
of.
steal my idea, man. It's a good idea. If you want, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe do you have a GitHub or something? Where did you publish your code? Is that also a link on your page?
Yeah, it's on GitHub. We're going to migrate out to SourceHub because GitHub is also another problem. It's all there. All the links are there.
Okay. You have yeah. Yeah, perfect. So I don't want to talk ask every question. So gerne dann from the community if there are any questions and comments to that project. I think it's a nice example where we come in touch with people in our developer channel. People can come with their ideas and maybe to improve the user experience at Volla OS and also for other operating systems for sure, like Ubuntu Touch. So I think this is a nice example. And yeah, are there any questions from the community itself? So, also nochmal auch in Deutsch für diejenigen, die Deutsch zuschauen. Ja, gibt es vielleicht irgendwelche Fragen? Ich finde, es ist ein sehr schönes Beispiel, dass wir über die Community ins Gespräch kommen mit anderen, gute Ideen haben, die vielleicht auch passen zu unserem Ansatz, ja, der Leichtigkeit und des Komforts, was ja auch neben dem Datenschutz ein mindestens ebenso wichtiges Anliegen sind. Ich glaube, die beiden Dinge gehören auch irgendwo vom Lebensgefühl eng zusammen. Also gibt es da irgendwelche Fragen? Gibt es Kommentare?
Und speak mein Deutsch. Sorry.
Yeah. So I just translated what I have said before in German, to include all the whole audience. I said that it's very nice as an example that we get in touch by the community with new ideas, with new inspiration, what we can do to improve the usability and the user experience. And so if some people in the community online or offline have some questions, they are free. But maybe you have a question. I have one question.
So I think the topic of what you're trying to do is pretty similar to actually what Volla Launcher tries to do. Like you type something and you have global search. So I just have an idea that it could be interesting to implement an extra source of data for this Volla Launcher search, which you can keep locally on your phone and maybe sync to your own cloud, like Nextcloud providers. But the key would be that you have your own data offline and when needed, no matter if you have internet connection or not, because all current solutions are probably relying on cloud providers, which does not always work as intended.
Yeah. So it's hard to hear. So if I understand correctly, you say that it's a good idea to have it as a launcher on your phone for when there's no cloud connection, right?
Yeah, so we have, he said that the idea is similar, could perfectly fit into the concept of the Volla launcher. You may have seen that, especially with the springboard and the smart text field, and we could include your idea as another source, another skill of the Volla launcher. So you are welcome to contribute to the Volla launcher project that is also published as open source. and or vice versa. You allow us to use your idea and integrate it. So it could be a very interesting dialogue. I think I definitely will have a deeper look in what your ideas and implementations are, because I worked a lot of time about these kind of requirements. Are you familiar with our Volla launcher?
From last year, yes. Not this year. I haven't touched it.
Yeah,
But
okay,
yeah, I
okay.
think it's a great idea. It's
Mm.
definitely something that we need to do it, and I hope someone can help. It's
Yeah,
a lot of work to do. Yeah.
Maybe one of the developers in the community have faced the challenge of the hackathon, that we get some ideas to add further skills more easily. Oder für die Deutschen nochmal. Also wir haben,
Nice.
es wäre vielleicht auch schön, möglicherweise hat jemand von dem Hackathon die Aufgabenstellung aufgegriffen, einer der beiden Aufgabenstellungen, die wir gegeben haben, nämlich, dass der Volla, das Sprungbrett, einfach erweitert werden kann mit neuen Fähigkeiten. Alexa hat ja das Konzept von Skills, also auch Fähigkeiten, die Drittentwickler einfach so zur Verfügung stellen können und dann als Erweiterung leicht ergänzt werden können. Amazon hat natürlich dann auch Idee mit dem Geschäftsmodell dahinter. Das ist insgesamt was anderes. Aber technisch ist es interessant, so eine erweiterbare Struktur zu haben. So it would technically interesting to have something like skills, like for Amazon Alexa, where you say, this is another skill to search my local data, and maybe that's automatically synchronized somehow, so I can get the information anywhere. And for that, getting the information anywhere, I have another idea that this could be realized by a distributed infrastructure that is file-based. So that would match the technical implementation you have chosen. So we could easily offer something like searchable personal information from anywhere without using a centralized cloud service. So that could be a good alternative.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So, Mr. Panio, are you ready? Maybe. So our developer, Mr. Panio, is ready. He has fixed some issues, so you could realize today how programming is working, and people are fixing issues live. So for you, thank you very much for joining this our community days, and I appreciate.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Janos.
Thanks. And enjoy your day in the nature.
Yeah, this is home.
This is even home. Oh, I invite you. So
yeah, this is my home right there.
Okay, that's fine. So perfect. You have perfect Volla moments. Yeah, you can share a nice photo. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
And now I will hand over.
So let's finally boot Sailfish. So here we are.
Perfect.
So that is it. I think we won't write Android Manager app for Sailfish, at least right now.
Yeah, okay. So are there any questions now from the community or for the people that are sitting here in Remscheid?
Actually, at some point, we removed appended slot info to custom operation systems for some reason, and Helm container didn't like that. Just some boot hull was crashing.
Okay, thanks. So thank you for that presentation, and I think we also. Same question again. Yeah, maybe you can repeat it.
So same answer again. Just our bootloader doesn't doesn't automatically append slot info to second operation system, so I needed to edit it manually, else some boot hull is crashing.
Okay, so perfect.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
On the local search, if you look on KDE, it might be a little heavy, but KDE uses that concept. It's called value search. And basically, you can just type in anything from the launcher, and it allows you to index not just the file names, but also the content on the files and the emails and that sort of stuff. So maybe it can be extrapolated, the concept itself, to that sort of local search on the
This is.
mobile phone. It's a very good idea, actually. I like it a lot.
It's extremely challenging. In my other company of my holding, we have done research about this topic, and it's extremely challenging to how to gather and collect the data. And and we found a product that we named Instantly, and the name is the concept, so you get instantly information. And this app is also available in the Microsoft App Store and Mac App Store, and we went a step further. We said, why searching, and why not making it more convenient so that an app is situation aware and captures this situation while I read an email or while I write a document, and this context is analyzed, and automatically this service provides me information that I need in that particular situation. And this is possible if you use a kind of artificial intelligence and it's no need to process that AI in the cloud. You can do it locally. Sehr interessantes Konzept, das in einem anderen Unternehmen, was ich besitze, umgesetzt worden ist, nämlich dass Menschen gar nicht mehr so nach Informationen mühsam suchen müssen, sondern das Gerät eigentlich oder das System erkennt, in welcher Situation ich mich befinde und dann passende Informationen bereitstellt. Also wenn ich beispielsweise eine E-Mail lese und muss sie beantworten und brauche dazu bestimmte Informationen, dann wird das eben automatisch bereitgestellt, ohne dass ich mir darüber Gedanken machen muss. Sehr herausfordernd ist dabei, die Daten zu erfassen, also dafür, und es ist fast noch schwieriger als die künstliche Intelligenz, um die Situation zu erkennen. Und das Ganze ist auch möglich, anders als vielleicht Big Tech uns vorgeben möchte. Wir brauchen das nicht wir brauchen nicht eine Cloud, um solche Funktionen ausführen zu wirken. Yeah, so I would like now also use the time to have a look at Ubuntu Touch a little bit. That also promised yesterday, and I would like to share my screen again. Where do I have? No, I have closed Chrome for any reasons. There was also a concept, I think it was KDA, or it was, yeah, they had also a context-aware desktop, so that switches the whole setting based on the context. But it was just a concept. I think it wasn't implemented. Very interesting.
This one is nice, but it's just too heavy. And I don't think that is totally would work well on mobile devices.
Yeah.
Consumes a lot of resources.
Yeah, this is the key, how you can do it with few resources only. So. Let's see what happens. Maybe the wrong address. Let's look. 60. This is not working here. So what I currently try is to connect a Volla phone with Ubuntu Touch. So for the window mirroring, but we have currently a black screen. Maybe I can use another.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Oh, that. Yeah, here we are. So I'm back now with another device where it works. And the difference is that this device is already set up. Anyway, I can show you what you should have a look at if you have gone through the wizard. So das ist jetzt auch nochmal so ein paar grundlegende Dinge, um mit Ubuntu Touch umzugehen. Also wer diese Variante möchte, diese Variante Ubuntu Touch macht ja auch Sinn. Vor allen Dingen, wenn ich vielleicht schon Linux-Anwender bin. Zum Beispiel ist Ubuntu eine sehr weit verbreitete Linux-Distribution. Sie ist gut und ansprechend zu bedienen. Und wer dann ein Volla Phone mit Ubuntu Touch hat, findet sich in der gleichen Welt wieder. Also there are several reasons to use Ubuntu Touch. I think one is if you're already using Ubuntu on your PC. That is one of the comfortable and stable and popular Linux distributions. You are in the same world if you open up a Volla Phone with Ubuntu Touch. For sure, Ubuntu Touch has its own app store. That is a major difference. And regarding security, it hasn't yet that fine-grain security settings, and apps can request for root access. You need to carefully grant that access, and you should only do this if you are sure that you can trust that app. And also the store is not encrypted yet. Anyway, so if you can easily see that you have the same colors, the same main concepts of Ubuntu on Ubuntu Touch. You have that sidebar. And if you have an app open, you can swipe always from the left, and you see the apps that are open or that you have defined as your favorite apps that should appear in the sidebar. For sure, if you start Ubuntu the first time, there are some sets for that sidebar. And on the bottom, you can tap and get all the installed apps. Sometimes you have also organized that apps in tabs. So, von der Seitenleiste können Sie jederzeit also wichtige Apps aufrufen. Zum Beispiel hier so eine Telefon-App. Das ist weitgehend auch selbsterklärend, auch für Leute, die sagen wir mal, wenig mit Technik zu tun haben. Da geben Sie halt Ihre Rufnummer ein, was ein bisschen trickreich ist zu verstehen, dass man manchmal über den Rand wischen muss, um Funktionen zu finden. Und hier unten ist das auch so ein bisschen angedeutet, das sieht man jetzt in der Bildschirmübertragung nicht, aber da ist sozusagen so ein kleiner Hebel. Und man kann nach oben wischen und dann sieht man zum Beispiel verpasste Rufnummern, sodass man schnell darauf wieder zugreifen kann. Was ist vielleicht noch ganz wichtig, wenn Sie zum ersten Mal das Volla Phone anwenden mit Ubuntu Touch und Sie wollen eine Datenverbindung aufbauen? Dann rufen Sie die Einstellungen auf, wie bei jedem Betriebssystem mit dem Zahnrad. So the first time, if you start with Ubuntu Touch on a Volla Phone or any other device, then you should start with the settings, and then you have some selections. By the way, I use the dark mode that you can enable. I can give you the tip how to do so. I like this very much. It's very sleek and elegant. So you tap on the settings. I have to switch to the insert some. Let me insert some SIM card in it. So this is how it works if you open the Volla Phone 22, by the way, and you can change the battery. This is something live. Let's change. You can, by the way, with Volla Phone 22, 2 SIM cards at once with SD card. And for the Volla Phone, you need this needle. With 2 SIM cards or 1 SIM card and SD card. So. Let's see. Yeah, SIM card was detected and it shows now, oops. It shows the SIM card, log in. Let's see what happens here. Yeah. Now I have settings for the SIM card. So you can also use it with dual SIM. That's no problem. The first time on your Ubuntu Touch, you need to enable the data access, mobile data. This is the top entry. This is here the top entry. You need to enable it. I have already enabled it. And you select then the proper screen share is not shared. Oh, I'm kicked off for some reason. Verlauf. No, I'm not. Die Website ist nicht erreichbar. What can I? Let me check. I'm sorry, I have on my Mac, I have so many security gates, so I need to. By the way, it's a good, if you use an app, I can recommend Little Snitch. This is a software that controls the network traffic, and you can fine-grain reject network traffic. And you will be surprised what applications are creating connections to which servers. I highly recommend to do so. So let's have a look. Stream. Yeah. So I'm back with the screen. Yeah, this is the disadvantage, but it's, I think, good to have some security gateways. Noch nicht auf dem Stream. Ich habe jetzt geteilt den Bildschirm. Muss ja mal gucken. Jetzt müssen wir mal gucken. Ich bin tatsächlich in die Historie gegangen. So here we are. Here are the network settings, and you need, for the first time, you need to enable the data connection. So if you would like to use, for sure, only if you would like to use mobile data, but you also need to keep in mind that only with mobile data on, you can send and receive MMS with Ubuntu Touch. For Volla OS, you have a special setting that you can switch off mobile data connection, but allow sending and receiving MMS, because MMS is slightly different to SMS. You can send images, as you know, and it uses another protocol and it uses the internet. So you also should select 4G, 2G, 3G, 4G. So this is usually not preset. And then in most cases, you need to go to the APN settings and need to activate. Here, the APN settings, usually you can take the presets for that. Oh, that. So, and then you have mobile data access. So we are working, we discussed it already in our team, and it's one of the tasks in the backlog to make it more convenient so that users needn't activate the APNs or select the proper bands like 4G. So this is one important thing that you should consider if you start Ubuntu Touch, and then you can just operate. For instance, you can make phone calls, you can receive phone calls, and for contacts, you can have it here on your device. You can add some accounts. Most of you won't use a Google account that here is offered by the Ubuntu Touch app, but I suggest to do the same simple approach, just to import .vnc file. So this is VCF, so a VCF file with contacts that you can easily export from Outlook, from the address book of Mac, so or any other address book. You can easily then export the addresses and import them right here in the app. This is the most convenient and easy way to do so. And what's next? What is important for calendar? You can add your calendar entries in the calendar app for sure, but there are also some account settings in Ubuntu Touch that you can use. For instance, they have they're here in that release. It's not visible. So usually you can have also Nextcloud account and also a CalDAV account. So if you have some free calendars, and most service providers for online calendars allow to add that kind of calendar synchronization. I have a look in the calendar right here. Here is a calendar app. Calendar app here. Screen is. I need to connect to. I think. The power. So, and here you can also have settings, and from here you can also create another account. No, it's. So I would. So that are the two options. You can. Screen share is back. Okay. No, not yet. So that's maybe interesting for music or other thing. You can connect the device with your PC and Linux PC, and also with Mac. for Mac, I didn't show it for Volla OS because it's similar to other Android devices. You can use just plug it in to your Linux PC for Ubuntu. For Windows, it can be a little bit tricky. Our support colleague can send you a step-by-step instruction how to connect your phone with Windows, and for Mac it's quite easy. You can use the Android file share, and then you can connect it. I think it's not connected yet. Need it also connected with the cable. Yeah, here we are. So then it's quite convenient, and then you see the file structure on your Mac. It would look similar in Linux, Ubuntu, and also for Windows. And then you have the option to copy files from the phone or to the phone, like the photos you have taken. Then you can do that. I also what I also like very much here is if you use a micro SD card, for instance, to attach your music library. I think this is also the easiest way to do so. Do we have some? Yeah, so we have some sample files here for the music app. Okay, what else we can say for Ubuntu Touch? Yeah, it's nothing special with Ubuntu Touch. Then you would need to set it up. Yeah, we have that special app store, and there's no pre-installed Mail App, but you find the App Deco. Was die Apps angeht, so haben wir einen eigenen App Store. Apps sind ja brauchen ein anderes Betriebssystem als Umgebung. Es gibt allerdings ein vielversprechendes Projekt, das nennt sich Weitere. Und wir haben hier einen eigenen App Store, und da gibt es zum Beispiel Apps für E-Mail. Das ist die App Deco, hier haben wir sie, und die kann ich jetzt hier auch mal installieren. So einfach funktioniert das wie ein anderer App Store auch. Und da können Sie dann auch IMAP, sogar Outlook und andere Postfächer einfach installieren. So we have no pre-installed mail app, but you can use Deco. Another thing that people frequently ask for is the Telegram, and you find several Telegram apps in the App Store, but you should use Teleport. Teleport is not a web app. It's it's a native app, and we recommend it to use Telegram on Ubuntu Touch. For Signal, there's also another app. It's called Axolotl. But it doesn't support the complete features, but it's a way to use also encrypted messaging on Ubuntu Touch. Here is a Telegram Teleports app, so that works quite well on Ubuntu Touch. This is also the recommendation. Another recommendation is to use the Ubuntu UT tweak tools. This is what I use. This is an app that I like very much, because with this app you can resize the text on the screen, and also the elements. So if you have problems with a high resolution display and it's too small for you, you can use UT tweak tools to resize the letters, so the text. Also gibt es eine spezielle App, Ubuntu Touch Tweak Tools nennt die sich, und damit, das ist ganz nützlich, das ist so eine kleine Hilfs-App, und damit können Sie zum Beispiel die Schriftgröße verändern. Das ist also nicht in den Systemeinstellungen von Ubuntu Touch, sondern da hilft Ihnen so eine App weiter. Damit können Sie übrigens auch so eine Art Dark Mode, einen dunklen Modus aufrufen, wie Sie das hier gerade sehen. Das ist ja nicht der Standard. Der Standard ist sozusagen schwarze Schrift auf weißem Grund. Sie können das aber auch hier drüber dann ändern. So another option in the UT Tweak Tools, just a tip is that you can also use it to switch the colors. Yeah, this is, and also I would like to, I think there's another very interesting project, Weitere. Weitere is a container environment, so a solution to run Android in a container on Ubuntu Touch. This is currently in a quite good beta stage, but you need some terminal commands to start it. But you can have a look at the Weitere helper app. I haven't checked it a couple of weeks ago. Maybe someone in the chat can tell me whether the Weitere helper app is already working. So the Weitere helper app promises that you install that app easily, and with that app you can install, start, stop and deinstall that Weitere Technology. So da gibt es also gerade auch noch schon eine App in dem Store. Damit kann man also Weitere, das ist ein Stück Technik, das erlaubt, Android-Apps ja zu installieren und zu verwenden, dann komfortabel also einzurichten. So, das ist diese App Weitere. Ich habe es vor einiger Zeit probiert. Aktuell muss es noch mit einigen Befehlen installiert werden über das Terminal. Also das ist das Interface, was so uralt ist wie die Computer fast. Und das ist eher für erfahrene Anwender gedacht. Aber diese App verspricht, sehr komfortabel Android zu verwenden. Und dann gibt es noch eine Sache, auf die ich Ihnen hinweisen wollte. Das ist Libertine. Das ist für die etwas fortgeschrittener. So Libertine is also a runtime container, and you can use it to install and run desktop Android apps. And this could be very interesting. You can have on your mobile phone your OpenOffice, or you can have your full Firefox browser here. And if you connect it to a large screen, then you can even conveniently use it. I'm not sure. I think OpenOffice is not responsive yet, but for people that would like to connect their device, their Volla Phone, to another screen with a wireless connection, they can use that. Okay, this is just an overview about some of these features of from Ubuntu Touch. For many use cases, you find apps. You have also this camera app, and for the camera app, you can also change the resolution. The pre-installed resolution is a 16:9 format, and you can increase the resolution. It's the same with the Volla Phone. If you change to 4:3 resolution, or not resolution, ratio, big image ratio. Yeah, well, that is quick overview how to set up Ubuntu Touch. Maybe we have some questions in the community about Ubuntu Touch in general. No. Well, so then let me show you something. Finally, something else before we go into the lunch break. And after the lunch, let's see whether some developers have prepared a presentation for the hackathon. Would be very nice. So that is, let's have a look at our communication channels. After the Volla community days, the community discussion won't end up. We try to stay in touch with you in several channels. So you find them also on our homepage, the links to all the channels. We communicate with you. And so, wir haben auch nach der Volla Community Days wird der Dialog mit der Community nicht abreißen. Wir haben verschiedene Kanäle. Wir sind auf Twitter aktiv. Wir sind dann in Facebook. Wir sind auf Instagram. Wir freuen uns, wenn Sie uns dort folgen, wenn Sie vielleicht etwas teilen mit Ihren Freunden und die gesamte Idee bekannt machen. Auch so können also auch Anwender helfen, dass diese Idee verbreitet wird und dass andere von dieser Möglichkeit überhaupt wissen, dass es ein anderes Benutzererlebnis geben kann mit dem Smartphone und dass man sich schützen kann. Davon macht es also sehr Sinn. So, and beyond the social media, we have several Telegram channels. As I said today, we have a Volla hello_Volla for consumers to exchange ideas or to ask for the best app for some use cases or how to get the best results from the integrated photo camera, things like that. And we have another channel, Volla_dev, to discuss technical questions. And then we have what many people don't really realize. We have a help section on our homepage with frequently asked questions. In English and in German. Let's go here to this help. No, this is a forum. This is another page that I want to show it later. Forum blog documents helps. Here it is. So we have a help page you can use, and here we have a form. If you have some questions, you have an error and you don't know how to fix it, you can send us in a form a question. Why a form? Because to help you, it's very important to know which device are you using, which operation system are you using, what is the version of the operation system, and please tell us how we can reproduce that problem that you have, so we can help you and find the best answer. So that is one to stay in touch with us, and you can call us. We have the phone number in our imprint of the homepage. And then we have a forum. Thank you very much for the volunteers that are moderating the forum. We have one here in Remscheid. Thank you very much. And the other one online. And please be patient that we can't answer all questions from the internal Volla team. The forum is more from the community, for the community, but the moderators also notify me if there's an open question that can't be answered. And also if you have a question in the Telegram channel, just quote our name so that from me or Mr. Zavirucha, so that we are so that we can respond to the Telegram, because I personally have no time to have a look at Telegram, but if someone quotes me, I know I can find it. So, and also we have some sources like this is github.com/hellovolla, and and here you have some components that you can, some projects, some repositories you can use or reuse to port another operation system for a Volla device, like we have done for the Volla phones. So you can reuse that parts there, and we have published our kernel for sure, because it's published under GPL, and we have also published the Volla OS, so you can build it on your own for your own device, and you are invited to review or contribute to the Volla OS. And I also would like to highlight the Volla Launcher project. Even if you're not a programmer, you can contribute by a translation, as I said. If you are not familiar with GitHub, you can send us a note and we give us the text that should be translated. And you also find a wiki page, and also if you filed some general issues, you can report some general issues here for Volla Phone Better. For instance, we have another special project for Ubuntu Touch Better, and you can file some bugs with issues. You know, most of the audience, I think, know GitHub very well, and you find here bugs, and you find a wiki, and in a wiki with some articles, for instance, the release notes that are also linked in the Updater app. But here you find the release notes, what's new with Volla OS. And people that don't know it yet, we have also separate release notes for the Volla launcher. We have a couple of beta releases out now because we are close to the release. So that we have here the notes for the beta releases. So there's some stuff going on here, and you are invited to contribute if you have ideas. Yeah, maybe before we go in the maybe to the audience, maybe Mr. Zabirucha, you will also send some greetings, so some people see a face of the maybe you come on the sofa and can say hello to the community. So it's nice to have see a face, but I move around. Well, can you move the camera? Yeah. Yeah. So maybe some words. This is the friendly guy who picks up the phone and maybe you can say hello and you can introduce yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Gregor Zabirucha. You know me maybe, or some know me maybe from the emails or by phone calling. No, you know also my face. I'm always the guy when you have some questions or when you have some problems, which can happen, unfortunately. So just don't be scared. I have sometimes some customers who just just say sorry because they bother me, but I'm paid for this, so it's no problem, really.
Yeah, that's very nice, and hopefully that next week we have another colleague that is then. I hope our idea is to have it each afternoon after if most people come home from work. So we have a Volla bar here, and someone can help you. Gerade für die deutschen Anwender nochmal, das ist Herr Zabirucha und der unseren Kundendienst macht. Und ab Juli hoffen wir, haben wir einen Herrn Kraft. Hallo, vielleicht ist er sogar auch online. Er macht gerade Urlaub, bevor er bei uns anfängt. Und wird dann hoffentlich so nachmittags, das ist unsere Idee, so wenn hier Feierabend ist, so vielleicht 17 Uhr oder sowas, oder 16 bis 18 Uhr, irgendwie sowas, haben wir dann hier an diesem langen Tisch, haben wir dann unsere Volla Bar. Dann können auch mal Leute hierher kommen, die sagen, können Sie mir helfen, einfach mal die SIM-Karte einzusetzen oder wie kriege ich jetzt meine Kontakte rüber. Das ist ja dann in der Praxis immer ein bisschen anders, als wenn man das gehört hat, und dann kann man das so im Gespräch machen. Auch unsere Händler können auch in gewissen beraten. Da versuchen wir auch immer weiter auszubilden in Berlin und Stuttgart und ich hoffe bald in anderen Stores, weil, glaube ich, der menschliche Bezug, das passt auch zu Volla. Das ist ja eigentlich das, was zählt und wo Leute, glaube ich, auch dann immer mal geholfen haben bekommen. Und sind auch gerne, wenn Sie mal mit einem Verein oder mit einem Netzwerk sagen, uns interessiert Volla, dann sind wir auch bereit, Sie mal einzuladen hier in unsere Räumlichkeiten für eine Veranstaltung. Da machen wir mal so eine Einführung, nicht irgendwelche Folien oder sowas, im Gespräch, einfach in der Praxis, in der Vorführung, was das Volla Phone kann, und dann beantworten wir Ihre Fragen. Also auch kommt auf uns zu. Wir wollen ins Gespräch bleiben, denn Volla, wir entwickeln unsere Produkte von Anfang an mit und für die Anwender, mit den Anwendern. Sie haben es möglich gemacht durch Crowdfunding, dass das hier alles überhaupt passieren kann. so ein verrücktes Projekt. Jeder Banker, jeder Analyst hätte gesagt, das ist verrückt, eine Smartphone-Marke auf den Markt zu bringen. Ja, das braucht enorm viel Kapital. Und ja, wir haben einen anderen Ansatz gegangen. Wir sind mit den Anwendern gegangen. Und deswegen nochmal besten Dank an dieser Stelle. Und ich freue mich auch, so engagierte Leute zu haben. Und das Xavier Rucher ist reingewachsen, am Anfang ausgeholfen im Kundendienst und jetzt so richtig voll dabei und macht sogar auch noch viel mehr, als in Qualitätssicherung dabei und sowas. Ja, vielen Dank, hier da zu sein. Und wir gehen jetzt in die Mittagspause. Ja, eine Frage noch, das ist doch großartig, ja.
Why are you using own Volla license and not using standard licenses? It effectively prohibits reuse your code in other projects, e.g. Fedora, have list of verified licenses.
Ja, das ist eine ganz einfache Geschichte. Yeah, I think, this is a very simple story. Yeah, so we choose the Volla license to carefully balance the interest of the developers, that they can use the code for free, and also can install it on their own device. But this is our asset, and the commercial existence of the company relies on selling the Volla Phone with Volla OS, and just that is the reason why we prohibit to reuse our code and make business with it. I think this is a fair thing. I know, there are several point of views that are possible, and there are reasons to use GPL, there are reasons to use LGPL, there are reasons to use Creative Commons. We also thought to go the same way like Safefish, to use a Creative Commons license, share alike, not non-commercial, but our lawyers said in the review that this is a license that is more have been created for creative goods like images, books, stories, music, or for things, and it doesn't really match the requirements for software. So we choose to invent our own license. So basically, it's we try to find the best compromise to save the financial economic existence of that project, that we can maintain our devices for a long time, and that we can bring new innovations on the market. But for sure, we are also contributing back to parts on a different license. If you have a close look at the project that we have published, we have some projects published under GPL or LGPL, like the switcher for the colors of the simple apps that we are using. We are shortly publishing under GPL a helper app to integrate Signal. We have contributed a lot to Halium, so we are also contributing back parts of the open source to the community. And I think it's a good way to have that mix, to have some very liberal licenses to contribute, like Apache, or some very open source protected license like GPL, and to have some more strict license like the Volla license, or like Creative Commons share alike non-commercial, to protect business and keep a project alive. I know maybe there are better decisions, and this is not fixed, and we have a better idea to have a Volla Phone, Volla license 2.0 that better matches the requirements of the developers. It's not perfect. It's an ongoing process, but in the end, the answer is very simple. I try to do my best to keep that project alive. And this is very challenging because I decided not to use venture capital. And I keep to be independent, and there's no exit plan I have with this company. I don't want to sell it to the big tech because I would like to protect the idea of freedom for a long time, and I would like to ensure that for a long time we can see more products and maintain the products that we have. This is the long question for it. I know some developers don't like it, but maybe you understand that we try to find the best compromise. Maybe we have a better solution for the future, and now it's just that decision we have taken. Okay, thanks. Then let's see us then after the lunch break at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Yeah. Thanks. See you.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security. Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
So, hello. We are back, right? Yeah, so hello, we are back. So thank you very much for coming to the second day of Volla Community Days. Thanks for the people that have traveled and visited us, traveled to Remscheid and visited us here in our subsidiary and at our location, and also for all the people that are online. So now I'm pretty interested or pretty curious whether any developer has used that 2 days to create an idea and to make a proof of concept or something else that he or she would like to present us as a result of the hackathon. So maybe we can have a look in the chat and also in the Volla developer chat, whether someone is there who has worked on the hackathon. So let's have a look. So we have our developer channel. I can ask. Partner group, developer group. So I asked now a message in our Telegram channel, Volla_dev, if there's someone who would like to present his or her results for the hackathon. Let's see in our community chat. So maybe last year we had Nick, for instance. Maybe here's something new he would like to present. He's always very creative. Okay, so if not, that's maybe next year we can make it in a bigger context that we invite the developers to contribute to the hackathon. Yeah, it's a good way, I think, to present ideas and get a reward for that effort. It would be a Volla Phone 22 or Volla Phone X for free. This is already a tradition of the Volla Community Days. From the beginning, we had that hackathon with really useful results. So we worked on Sailfish, we worked on Nemo Mobile in the beginning, and then for Ubuntu Touch, and we derived pretty useful knowledge that we used to implement our project and to start with the Volla launcher. So I also have in the last days I have published the original prototype of the Volla launcher that was made for Sailfish. So if someone likes to have a look at it, you are free to look at the source code or build it for Sailfish with the idea. For Sailfish, we have used the opportunity to use a super app the Springboard was implemented as a super app and also as an overlay that we have implemented to combine the user experience of Sailfish with Volla. Okay, maybe someone is interested to port the Volla launcher to Ubuntu Touch. It was originally our idea to adapt the user experience of Volla to Ubuntu Touch. And last time we had amazing results from Nick. He showed us how we can use the fingerprint sensor that the Volla launcher with the Springboard would pop up to start with this shortcuts or this smart text field. So we learn a lot by the people and the developers of the community that contribute with their ideas, with their proof of concept, and it helps us to improve, and also helps us to come together and to find each other. So the we are growing, and we will able to hire. So if you are a talented developer, stay in touch with us. Look at our blog where we publish also job offerings. And if you are a student or if you and you have only one day you could invest to working on our project, you're invited to come in contact with us. We are just in the beginning of a very exciting story, and there will come further announcements this year. I guess I'm pretty sure in August we will announce an exciting project that is public funded, and also it's all about open source and to allow the people to switch between different operation systems. So a lot of exciting stuff is going on. We will do research on several topics. So if you have ideas, you're welcome to present it and to come to start a dialogue with us. We will do research in the field of MVNO, in the field of distributed cloud, in the field of new devices that will be prepared, and so it will be excited. I heard in our lunch from my colleagues that maybe we can show Manjaro on the Volla Phone 22. Is that the case? Okay. Okay, so we have a build, but this build is not working. So you may expect that also Manjaro will become an option in the multi-boot feature. For those that don't know us in depth or are new in the Volla community, I also would like to highlight that you can use the UBports installer. Yesterday we heard it from Mr. Leber to switch the operating system on the Volla Phone and Volla Phone X. And usually the UBports installer, the name says it, is used to install Ubuntu Touch, but you can also reinstall Volla OS on the Volla Phone and Volla Phone X. Please take care that you make the right selection in the menu. So don't flash Volla OS for Volla Phone on Volla Phone X. Then you brick the device. And yeah, okay, someone raises his hand, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's very important. Some people don't know that, but you also have for the Volla Phone two further options. So you can flash Doedion. It's a long time ago when I checked it, so I don't know how proper that works. And you have a very properly working community port of Sailfish on the Volla Phone. Sailfish is also an offering for the Volla Phone X. You can install the community port with the UBports installer. So feel free, if you're a fan of Volla of Sailfish to test it. Maybe some friends of Finland can see it, so you can test it. And I think we continue the dialogue with Jolla. It's very nice people, very smart people, and it's really a beautiful operating system. Yeah, that's the case. So yeah, so let's wrap up that community days. Maybe some of our developers come along and say, oh, I have Manjaro working. So let's use it for final questions. Thank you very much for these, for joining the last 2 days. I think at least some parts have been recorded, and we can publish these in our video channel. You can see also some presentations of the last year on our video channel, and some other useful short videos that has been made by Janos Kehl. And so subscribe our video channel. That's always good. And you find. And we also try to ask each presenter to give us the slides to publish it as a download. Maybe you can also do it. Okay. Oh, already, so that's fine. So we will provide it as a download. You find in the download section on our homepage also the papers of the last year. And yeah, and I think we will publish a blog post with a summary of that event. Yeah, thank you very much. I think I didn't count the number. I think we have around 20, a little bit more than 10 to 20 people yesterday. Thank you very much for all the people that coming from abroad with long travels. Thank you very much. So that we have visitors from Spain, from Russia, from Ukraine. And I'm so happy to have that international audience here in Remscheid, also from the Netherlands, not to forget, and from Bavaria. Yeah, well, it's somehow Germany, and and then all the people from online. That did you have a count yesterday up to 120?
I think we now have around 400 people.
Around 400 people. So this is increasing each time. The story is going on. And like our claim says, join that story, be part of it, the story of freedom. And yeah, let's see us next year. And we will have events, further events this year. So it will be exciting. In the next event is among others, the pickup days in Berlin, Stuttgart, and Remscheid. It's a pleasure to see you there and celebrate that story. Thank you very much. Maybe we have some final questions. No, I see a smiley. Yeah, here.
What about the tablet?
What's about the tablet? Yeah, so we are indeed sourcing. So we are looking for some manufacturing options that we have to also to build other devices like a tablet. I say like because maybe it will be a conventional tablet, but I have something else in mind, and I wouldn't explain it right now, but the time will come. So if someone is really interested, he can or she can do some investigation in the European Patent Agency, and you see some concepts. So some exciting stuff will going on, and also in conjunction with the idea of the convergence. I think we are in a situation like the tablet before the iPad came on the market. The iPad was not the first tablet. Microsoft has published, also not the first one, but a very nice product, but it didn't boom. It wasn't so a breakthrough like the first iPad. And I think we are in a similar stage for the convergence. And so I think this will be a big market, inspiring are projects like Neptune, but Neptune was never implemented. You find some traces of that project in the web. And I think we can do something different again that ensures privacy, that ensures simplicity. And there's a third pillar of that freedom. It's ergonomics. We can do, I think, something with ergonomics, because if you have a laptop, you have a bad position of your body if you work with a laptop. And a tablet you can consume, but it's not convenient to write. And if you have a laptop, the screen is away, the screen is attached to the keyboard, and then your body is usually moving forwards, and that's not good for your back. And I think we have some nice ideas to put also it's all everything about well-being about minimalism, well-being by having a peace in mind that my privacy is protected, and well-being by ergonomics. So something is coming. Thanks for that question. Some more question? Not more. I see a smiley in the chat. Thank you for the person who posted the smiley. And so enjoy the rest of the Sunday, the rest of the spring. The summer comes around the corner. Enjoy the summer. Enjoy your vacation then. And if you have not, buy a Volla Phone X for your vacation and your summer sports. And we see us next year in the Volla Community Days, and we stay in touch in the chat. Enjoy. I say goodbye.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.